We are meeting today to continue the considerations of the estimates of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do my best. I left my reading glasses in my office. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $199,682,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy, Ministry Operations. I hope I.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognize the member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Minister, and thank you for the answers to the question just before lunch there. I hate to say it, but I had a fantastic lunch, first meal of the day, so I am feeling very energized this afternoon. So, you know, if I seemed a little bit lackluster this morning, that's why. I just want to let you know we're gonna give her now. The Minister gave me the answer to why our emissions were only reduced by less than half of what the rest of Canada was. But in taking a look at some of the other numbers from other provinces who were even more open than what British Columbia was, and if I take a look, for example, on Saskatchewan, they actually had a significant reduction in their GHGs, whereas we did not. And they had a far more open economy than we did even during that time. Could the Minister, does the Minister want to add anything as to why in 2020 we were less than half the average of Canada in our emissions reductions?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think the only thing I'll add at this point is that We were just having a discussion around different sectors in Saskatchewan, different sectors in BC, and different factors, and it's complex and interrelated, and I think the best answer to the member would be to offer a technical briefing. We have not done a jurisdictional scan across every province in Canada, but we could look at results from different provinces, look at the different factors that make up those results, look at the comparators in British Columbia, and out of that might come some explanations.
Member.
Thank you so much, Minister, and I would welcome the briefing, absolutely. We've talked about the disappointing reduction in 2020 and how this was much less than the rest of Canada, and how we've had 2 years of measures that were introduced in the Clean BC and to date had not seen those measures actually taking effect, according to the Minister. And I have to say that, you know, and we just used the one example of the new car or the new EVs as a positive, seeing that there's been such a positive uptake in new EVs being purchased, but we don't know how much that's actually resulted in an emissions reduction. And I guess, you know, these different factors are actually leading me to the question. If the Ministry of Environment doesn't know what the emissions result is of a particular measure, who does?
Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy.
Good afternoon, Chair, new Chair. So to answer the member's question, which is a good one, and I think I'm going to be a bit more complex than if we don't know, who knows, because we do know some things, we do know many things, but one of the things I want to reiterate is that the figures that we use are based on Environment and Climate Change Canada's National Emissions Inventory, which we rely on to track our progress to targets. But that emissions is generally reported with a 2-year lag. So it's difficult for us when we're talking about today to actually remember that we're talking about a couple of years ago. And the challenge in looking at individual measures, let's say, for instance, the zero emission vehicle rebate, and to attribute a certain level of emission reductions to a particular measure, is that there may be a number of measures and we don't want to double count or claim the same thing for every measure. So let me give an example for switching from a gas vehicle to a zero emission vehicle. There are a bunch of programs and policies that would all make that decision more attractive. The incentive rebate is one of them, but there's also the carbon tax, there's the increasing price of gasoline, there's the zero emission vehicle standard, which incents new car dealers to have more ZEVs on offer because they're required to, as well as the low carbon fuel standard. So we don't want to double count. One of the references to which I'd like to point the member is contained in the 2022 Climate Change Accountability Report, the annual report that government publishes, that includes our projections as well as our look backward, and it also includes advice and commentary from the Independent Climate Solutions Council. Appendix 3 has a list of BC indicators, and while some show regrettably increased emissions, many show reduction in emissions, in some cases significant reductions. So I'll just give a few as an example, but the entire appendix is available for the member online. The net greenhouse gas emissions per person in British Columbia, and this is a percent change from the previous year, is minus 5.1%. Electric vehicle registrations were up 46.1%. That's pretty healthy. The Better Buildings fuel switching projects were up 25%. And methane emissions for oil and gas were down 37%. And progress to reduce building emissions from the 2010 baseline in the public sector, because we have some specific requirements for the public sector, were down 12.1%.
Member from Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Chair. And I do take the minister's answer. And I'm just going to remind the minister of something that was said just earlier this morning, and that was that we also have a growing population. And, the targets that have been set are not GHGs per person, it's actually total emissions. So let's go back to the new cars. If we have a total population growth, which we have, we know we're going to continue to have exponential population growth over what we've seen in 2020, which we had the smallest population growth. And if we look at the population curve, it went like that. So we haven't even really anticipated the actual number of people that have been added into, into the system over the course of 21, 22 with respect to their GHG emissions, because we don't have those numbers, as the minister aptly pointed out. So if we have double the number of EV cars, that's great, except if we have more cars that have been purchased overall, then that's not great, because our total emissions will still be higher. And my biggest concern is that we're still talking, like by 2020, which I understand is where we look to see our emissions, and it is always 2 years in the background. I always push for late estimates for environment, just to try and hit that next year, so we could just be, even if it was in draft format, right? Like just the next year of emissions. But by that point, by 2020, the Ministry of Environment had already invested $610 million If we only see a decrease that's half of what the rest of Canada is, I would say that that's a pretty big yellow flag, if not a red flag. And I'm going to take my next question actually into the document that the minister just referenced, which is the 2022 Climate Change Accountability Report, because in the report it actually states, and I'll quote, "The latest modeling on our progress to targets is showing and I like the qualifier here, but small gap, but I'll say gap, in meeting our 2030 targets." We're not going to make our 2030 targets. The report further states, and I quote again, "We expect to see a gap of approximately 0.8 megatons of CO2e towards our 2030 target of 39.3 megatons of CO2e," end quote, which brings BC to 97% of the way. But that's only 97%. We're still not meeting that 2030 target. And before that, we won't make our shorter term target in 2025, which is only 2 years away, which is going to be at about a 15% shortfall based on this report. So my question is this: how does the minister and his government intend to address these shortfalls?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, the 3% gap is a result of a methodological change by the federal government and how they calculated the emissions in the baseline. Having said that, our legislated commitment is to the 1997 levels. So, but that is what put the modeling of Clean BC emission reductions out of whack on the. But it's important to add to that 3% I think is well within what we consider an amount that we can compensate for with a constantly iterative, reviewable process. We are set up the Clean BC roadmap to review on a regular basis to see which measures are more successful than expected, and so that we can continue to enhance those, to see what measures are not having the desired effect so we can adjust them and have them do better. But it's also why we have the accountability report, why we have it in legislation. It's so that we can report in great detail about what is actually happening in terms of our plan, our emission reductions, our particular measures, and where the plan is not achieving what we need it to. That's apparent to everyone, including us, so that we can intensify our efforts to reach that target by 2030. I think just as an example of some of the things that we are doing, we've been told by the Climate Solutions Council that it's the plan is good, we're making good progress, but it's important to intensify our efforts in a number of areas. And our announcement on March 14th of the new Energy Action Framework had several elements to it. One of them was to commit to a legal regulatory mechanism that would reach our sectoral oil and gas targets, which is about a fifth of our emissions. But equally importantly was the commitment to a BC Hydro electricity task force so that we can ensure that the plans of BC Hydro to electrify BC align with our climate plan, that it's a climate-aligned energy framework so we have the electrification necessary for industry, for transportation, for homes, to meet our targets and our emission plans.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for the answer. I will remind the Minister that last year we actually canvassed the differential that was created between the Clean BC plan and the Roadmap 2030. And it was actually the roadmap and why the numbers had changed throughout the course of the Clean BC plan, the first accountability report, and then Roadmap 2030. And it was actually during that time that those numbers and the adjustment based on the Canadian adjustment to how things were calculated was already anticipated. So this actually is there should not be a surprise in terms of the actual number, and this is a full year later that we're looking at this accountability report, and that number is still not adjusted. So the nimbleness that the minister suggests should have already caught up with that 3% at least. And I want to remind the minister as well, we've got that 15% shortfall in 2025. So yes, it's 3% by 2030, but we've got this 15% shortfall to make the 2025 goals. And in order to address those within the same report, the government is considering increasing the stringency of existing commitments and pursuing emissions reductions in sectors for which there are few targeted measures. Two such sectors identified by government are agriculture and forest management. Considering that we're less than 2 years away from missing our emissions targets by 15% in 2025, and even considering the 4 measures that the minister noted that were announced on March 14th, and I thank the staff for the briefing on that, how soon could these sectors even catch up? Amongst others, how are we to expect that government is going to accelerate restrictions, particularly or potentially layering on top of the challenges that these sectors are already experiencing?
Minister.
You're still here. Clearly, I didn't take a long enough pause. Thank you. First of all, when we last met in estimates a year ago, we had not yet done the modeling of the various inputs that resulted in the report in the 2022 Climate Change Accountability Report that showed the 3% gap. It's an iterative process. The federal government changes their components of the baseline almost every year. Sometimes it may increase the distance to our target a bit. Sometimes it may shrink it, and we just have to deal with that. And we have to deal with that by focusing on our programs to reduce emissions. To the specific question, which I believe was about agriculture and forestry, we identified those because we saw those as areas where not very much had happened yet and areas with some potential. So both Climate Action Secretariat is working with both ministries to develop some plans to increase emission reductions in those sectors, while at the same time working on all the other sectors and mechanisms that we have in place, as well as creating and establishing new ones and moving those forward.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And so hopefully this will be a fairly quick answer. So essentially, what I'm hearing from the minister is that we don't have those plans in place yet. They're simply noted sectors that may have some opportunity for reductions, and that most likely we will not see any measures in place that will have a meaningful impact for the 2025 numbers, but possibly for the 2030 by the time regulation gets in place and we actually see a time frame of distance. Am I understanding correctly?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So it would be incorrect to say that there are no measures taking place in any sectors, including those two. So let me give some examples from forestry that are already in place. A couple of big players have begun to invest heavily in electric log hauling trucks. There's been work done to reduce slash pile burning. We have worked with the Ministry of Forests on the Forest Carbon Offset Protocol 2.0. And also there is our commitment to the old growth strategic review and implementation of the recommendations of that, which will result in old growth sequestration. In agriculture, dairy farmers have been working on a number of measures, including for on-farm activities that will both reduce emissions and help reduce emissions in the fuel sector by using waste instead of letting it vent, turning it into renewable natural gas. Cattle ranchers have been looking at regenerative agriculture and the possibility of grassland sequestration, but there are many more potential things that both those sectors could do, and that's why we're working with those ministries to identify them, do proper analysis, and then look at programs to incent their gradual ramping up between now and 2030.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. My assumption is that those already existing programs would have been calculated into the accountability report and into the forecasting modeling that was done, and that when the report was actually addressing the gap, it was stating that it's considering increasing the stringency of existing commitments and pursuing additional reduction. So my assumption is that the measures that are already in place, of course, would be modeled out in the accountability report, still showing the gap. And my question was actually to what other measures, but we can move on from that at this point. Because the report also states that the forecasts in here include reductions from BC Utilities purchasing renewable natural gas, or RNG, as I'll refer to it from this point forward, produced and used outside of BC. And this accounts for 1.2 megatons of CO2e emission reductions for both the 2025 and the 2030 targets in the model inputs. And the 1.2 megatons represents 5% of the total reductions needed to achieve the 2030 targets and 12% of the total reductions needed to achieve the 2025 targets. How much of the Clean BC plan is to buy our way out of the emissions problem?
Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy.
Thank you very much. As I said to the member in my previous answer, I gave one example of agriculture looking to reduce emissions by certain measures to produce renewable natural gas. We want to produce and intend to produce much more of it in British Columbia, and we know that we need to ramp up production of it to meet the targets. In the meantime, what we have been doing, which is both enabled and allowed for under the greenhouse gas reduction regulation, is to purchase renewable natural gas that is produced and used in other jurisdictions. That is a form of emissions trading that is allowed for by both international calculation and our own regulations. And of course, emission reduction globally is what we're after. When we take credit for emission reduction from renewable natural gas, it is not taken credit for by the other jurisdiction. We in fact purchase that right.
Member Kelowna Mission.
Thanks, Chair. I guess I'm a little perplexed because according to a 2022 report that government helped commission, it was actually modeling from Navius that was done in by the BC Bioenergy Network, the Government of BC and Fortis, that actually commissioned a report to estimate the maximum technical supply potential for renewable and low carbon gases in BC. And the study found, and I'm quoting from the note that was delivered to the minister on May of 2022, May 9th of 2022, it says that, and this was done under FOI, but it says that the study found that there's a limited supply of RNG and hydrogen in BC, and RNG is particularly constrained. And it talks about that allowing BC utilities to source out of province notional RNG and hydrogen from other Canadian provinces in the US poses challenges. That the RNG and hydrogen could be double counted across jurisdictions without due process. So knowing that emissions would be 12% higher if we didn't have purchased and used in other jurisdictions RNG, and yet these are also potentially being overcounted. Isn't this just further proof that emissions targets and projections are just overly optimistic at this point?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And the report to which the member refers is exactly why we've been working on and designing important measures to ensure verification. So we anticipate bringing forward the greenhouse gas reduction standard for decision next year, early next year ideally, and along with that we will bring forward a plan for verification of renewable natural gas purchases and use in other jurisdictions that could be counted in BC to ensure that there is no double counting, and in fact that there is a registry of these to help ensure verification for the public.
Thank you. And this will be my last question before I'll turn it over to my colleague just to ask a couple questions. I thank the minister for his answer, and I appreciate that. I really appreciate that he has concerns over this as well. You know, in talking with some of the RNG as well as renewable fuels in general, like renewable diesel producers, I've come to having some pretty grave concerns. We've got some great targets that are very high in terms of what we have to produce, and I think that BC has really led the way in some of those cases. Unfortunately, the rest of the world seems to be catching up with us to some extent. We're seeing new measures being introduced in Washington and Oregon and California, as well as across Canada, with some of the renewable fuels, let's say, for instance. And with that, we see a limitation in the report of RNG. We also have limitations on what we can produce in terms of renewable fuels here in BC because of some huge roadblocks. This report stating the limitation of availability of RNG, how is this going to actually affect the pricing to BC?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And as the member knows, one of the impacts on our ability to produce RNG, as well as a number of other things, is the impacts of the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, which contains huge subsidies for a variety of clean energy propositions in that country. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, because as I've said, climate is a global problem, and having the U.S. return to a position of ambition on emission reductions is welcome news for all of us. What we are working on, we understand there are some uncertainties about price, so what we're working on as we develop our policies is mechanisms to address that. One of the one of the factors that's included in every government screen on developing or refining energy policy is maintaining affordability for people and competitiveness for business.
Member Kootenay East.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You got it right. Thank you very much. Just a couple questions on clarification here. The minister just talked about the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act and how that's creating some uncertainty and maybe perhaps some competitiveness issues here in BC and how we develop projects. And about a year ago, back in last May, the Parkland Refinery and the ministry announced a big project, a big $600 million project that was coming to Parkland that was going to expand and produce low carbon fuels. And like I said, $600 million, 40% of that was to come from low carbon fuel credits, I believe. So that's about $240 million worth. Sadly, that project is canceled. The reasons why, some of it the minister just stated. Competitiveness of the renewable diesel is complex, including rising project costs, of course, a lack of market certainty around emerging renewable fuels, and of course, as the minister just said, the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act, which he said is not necessarily a bad thing, and I guess that kind of mirrors what the Parliamentary Secretary for Rural Development stated, that he embraces the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act, but that killed the project here in BC. We're not becoming competitive enough, and the minister just alluded to that. As that project had 40% of its project costs by compliance credits, did Parkland receive any compliance credits for this project prior to the cancellation?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And as I'm sure the member knows, the the federal budget announced this week contains significant amounts of money that will be available to provinces for investment and incentive in clean energy and clean energy technologies. We are still analyzing that and in discussions, but I have been part of government-to-government trips to Ottawa and discussions there about how we can work together and how British Columbia can access federal funding and federal programs. So we are in the process of, now that we know what they've put in the budget, analyzing what opportunities are there for British Columbia to advance some of our initiatives, both our economic and emission reduction initiatives, along the same lines as the Inflation Reduction Act. Having said that, the Inflation Reduction Act also provides some opportunities for British Columbia, notwithstanding its impact on Parkland's expansion plans. Among those are demands that will occur in the United States that perhaps are not filled by United States production, or where BC tech companies can fill a gap, as well as the creation of economies of scale. Specifically to the question about Parkland's credits, the answer is yes, but those are not for prospective credits or prospective RNG that they had not yet produced. That is for RNG that they are currently producing. But to get the exact number for that, that program is administered by Emily, and I'd refer the member to Emily for the exact numbers.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for the answer. And of course, partnerships with the federal government are good, and we want to see those happen, and we want to reduce our emissions for sure in a responsible way. We want to also be competitive in doing that, and I think, as the Minister has said once again, that there may be some room. I think the key word there is maybe some room in the U.S. market, or outside of what, or inside of what the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act provides. It's a huge program. It's $216 billion worth of tax credits. I can't see, maybe a small jurisdiction like BC weaseling itself in on $216 billion worth of tax credits that are up for grabs, incentives for folks in the U.S. to produce renewable fuels. But I guess time will tell. I'm not super optimistic on that one. And I will go to Emily on some of those more fine details. So I just wanted to clarify what the Minister said on the tax credits. So I guess the answer was yes, they did receive the 40% tax credits, and those tax credits now sit with Parkland. But the Minister also said those are also tax credits that are yet to be on their production of renewable gas. I'm not sure if I heard that right. The project was granted 40% tax credits for their costs on the $600 million project. I'm sure any board chair would look at a project at $600 million, what kind of security, what kind of costs are there. We've got 40% here provided to us through tax credits. That's $240 million and then they weigh that out in a decision. So I'd imagine those credits are with Parkland. So how does this work now? Do they hang on to those credits to be used any way they see fit? Is this over and above what they're about to yet to produce? How does that system work?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So what I can say is that the tax credit to which the member refers, according to Parkland, has been instrumental in them receiving and attracting investment that was used to put in place the infrastructure to produce the biofuels that they have been producing for some time. But it's my understanding that the actual payment of a tax credit, for want of a better word, is doesn't take place until something is actually produced in terms of the expansion that the member was referencing. But the low carbon fuel standard, the memoranda, the agreements with respect to those are all governed by a statute in energy mines and low carbon innovation, and we have not been directly involved in those in environment, so I would refer the member to Emily.
Member.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Chair. 2 megatons of GHG reduction, 700,000 vehicles off the road. I'm sure this was on the minister's radar. This was a very substantial project to bring renewable fuels to British Columbia to be used here in BC. So the details, I will go to the Minister of Energy and Mines on this for sure. But I just wanted to reaffirm then what I heard, that the tax credits are based on what is produced on an ongoing basis, not in the future. Because what I was getting at, so I guess the question to the minister is, from what he knows, was the 40% tax credits that were received by Parkland, was that on the project that was going to come to fruition in 2026? 700 million liters of renewable fuel would certainly register some tax credits. So can the minister tell me that that's not the case? It wasn't on what projected fuel was going to be. It's what Parkland had done up to that point.
Minister.
It's in fact my understanding, and I want to emphasize the words, my understanding that the fuel credits would be an agreement to provide that tax credit for fuel as it's produced. But again, for verification and certainty, I would encourage the member to ask that question of the Minister for Energy Mines and Low Carbon Innovation.
Member.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for those answers. I want to just ask the Minister to perhaps just get these questions on record. They don't need to be answered right now. And in fact, I would almost rather if I could arrange some form of a briefing with staff, if that's possible. Because in Appendix 1 of the 2022 Accountability Report, all the numbers have now changed. And they're not able to be directly compared to the Clean BC plan or the roadmap. And I would love to have some form of a technical briefing just on how those numbers have changed. There is a reference to them changing, but it's unclear as to how they relate to the previous numbers. And it's very difficult to actually compare an apple to an apple. It's more like a mango to a banana at this point. So if I could just have a briefing on that, that would be great. I want to stay though on the renewable fuels, because I think this is a real key to some of where we go. And in meeting with some of the producers, it's been noted that BC simply is not competitive at this point for them to come and produce in BC. And production in BC is really important because, as the minister noted, the rest of the world is catching up, and we've got a very big competitor in the U.S. now with their IRA plan, and that is going to put a tremendous amount of pressure on renewable fuels and the availability of those sources. I know that my colleague yesterday canvassed already the whole OBPS system that was announced 2 weeks ago, the planning of the system that was announced 2 weeks ago, I should say. And my question, I've reviewed Hansard and looked at the minister's answers, but my question is just one, and that is, why would we not just use the Canadian system that's already in place? And would that not give BC at least a comparable advantage to all of the other jurisdictions across Canada that are using the Canadian system?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through the Chair to the member. British Columbia, I think, has always benefited from having our own designed carbon tax programs that could respond to the needs of British Columbians, the needs of British Columbia industry in a way that made sense, whether it was our climate action tax credit, our newly redesigned climate action tax credit, our support for industries, our program for industry that, or the industry fund that co-capitalizes emission reduction technologies with industry that there isn't an analog for in other jurisdictions in Canada that I know of. So it was important to us to have a system that met our needs for emission reduction, met our needs for supporting industry, and was acceptable within the federal framework. British Columbia has had a carbon tax since 2008, and that was brought in by the member opposite's party when they were in government, and it was the only carbon tax in Canada for many years until last year. We had the highest carbon price in Canada, and BC industry, as a result, has lowered their emissions substantially and still remained competitive. And that's witnessed by the fact that BC has the strongest, or among the strongest, if not the strongest economy in Canada.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. I'm listening to the minister, and part of what he's saying, I can absolutely wholeheartedly agree with. Like, it was our party that brought in the carbon tax, and what a good job we did. The other parts break down a little bit for me, and that is because the rest of the country has caught up. The rest of the country has caught up with carbon tax. The rest of the country has caught up with their emissions goals. The rest of the country has caught up with trying to lower those emissions. And I will, with all due respect to the minister, say that what I'm hearing from industry is we are no longer competitive. We are seeing the renewable fuels, especially companies, say we will not build in BC because they do not have a competitive advantage anymore. And you know, they are building in other jurisdictions across Canada. They are building in other jurisdictions in the US. And obviously, we've already acknowledged that, you know, trying to go head to head with the IRA is going to be very difficult. But having said that, going head to head with our neighbors in Alberta, I'd sure like to win that one. And right now we're not. So, you know, the minister talked earlier about, you know, about the iterative process that we're about to embark on with the OBPS. Canada's already done that work. They've instituted it in 2019. They've reviewed it in 2022. They went out to industry. They have the modeling. They understand exactly where those thresholds are. And so my question again to the minister is, why would we reinvent the wheel and risk being less competitive than other jurisdictions in Canada when we could adopt a system that is being used in other jurisdictions and actually signal to those producers, hey, we're open for business?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome. So when the BC Liberal government introduced the carbon tax, there was a lot of commentary about how while the goals of carbon pricing and reducing emissions to fight climate change were laudable, it was impractical and it would result in a lack of competitiveness and it would hurt BC business. And if you look back historically, I think the demonstration is that BC industry has done very well and continues to do very well. And so when our party took government, the climate or the carbon tax had been stagnant for a number of years or frozen for a number of years, we embraced it as part of our climate plan and began increasing it in advance of the federal government's legislating their carbon tax. We support the federal government introducing it. We're a jurisdiction that is aligned with it willingly, and we continue to be aligned with it. But there are some factors that need to be considered in terms of whether we simply want to let the federal government walk into British Columbia space and administer the carbon pricing regime as well as the use of all the revenues from the carbon pricing regime. And under the federal output-based pricing system, only part of the revenue is used to fund emissions reduction programs for industry, but requires facilities to apply in a competitive process. So rather than British Columbia companies putting their proposals up for scrutiny against other British Columbia companies, they would now be effectively competing against industries across Canada. And I think we all know I want to say this carefully because I think we've received good support from the federal government in a number of ways, but I think British Columbians in general would recognize or believe that central Canada often takes precedence over projects that are granted by the federal government due to their size, and we don't want to disadvantage British Columbian industries in that way, and we can also control the amount of money we devote to the industry fund to help and co-capitalize emission reduction technologies. So in short, a made in BC output-based pricing system ensures that all the decisions about carbon tax revenue collected from industry in BC stays within British Columbia, stays within the province's purview, and that any revenue recycling benefits the BC economy directly.
Member?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. In canvassing both the federal, federal counterparts and some of the information on the Canadian system, I think that the advantage that BC held is largely fading away. And I think that the risk of us not being competitive on this particular front is very high. Yes, we did introduce the low carbon fuel standard, and that is increasing significantly along with the rest of Canada's. And we have a need in BC for producers of renewable fuels. And right now, they are saying that BC is not competitive with the rest of Canada. And as Alberta, as their demand increases, as Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, as everyone else increases their need for those low carbon fuels, BC risks having that train leave the station fully. And the risks are very large. Number one, we could end up paying more than anyone else in Canada. We could end up paying more than anyone else in North America. And I'm not talking about our current fuel taxes and carbon taxes, which are also more than anyone else in North America currently. But we could continue to pay more, and actually that could go exponentially more to just try and compete and get that demand from other provinces where it is being produced. The other risk, which I think is even greater than us paying too much money, and I shudder to even say that, but is that we would not have any. that we would not be able to actually meet those targets and meet those emission goals. And, as I stated at the very beginning, our job even in this process is to try and figure out, how we can best meet those targets, because it is in the best interests of our community, and it is in the best interests of our province. So my question again is, how will the minister ensure that the OBPS Made in BC model is actually more competitive than the rest of Canada's?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So, first of all, it's not accurate that investment in biofuels is drying up in British Columbia. It has faced some challenges in some places, but there's an expansion going on in Prince George right now. Fortis BC is signing contracts for purchase all the time, and we're continuing to look at ways to build up that sector of the energy industry, and we'll continue to do that. It's one of the reasons we have a major projects and clean energy office being established in the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation that was part of our new energy framework. Also, the member asked, how are we going to ensure that British Columbia remains as competitive with our OBPS system as we would be under the federal government? And the answer to that is by maintaining control of both our pricing system and the ability to distribute the revenue from it. We have an industry fund funded by carbon tax revenue that we invest with BC Industries in emission-reducing technologies. It's made a huge difference. It's resulted in a lot of capital being made available to BC industry. The federal government doesn't actually have a program like that based on carbon tax funds. They have a number of other programs, and as I mentioned previously, while British Columbia and British Columbia industry has had some success in accessing that, I would argue nowhere near the amount of success we should have had on a pro rata basis for one reason or another. And it's probably not productive for me to speculate, but if we were to simply adopt the Canadian output-based pricing system and say, come on in, run the system for us, we would not have a Clean BC program for industry, because we would have no funds from the carbon tax to devote to it. And we would not have the ability to make a variety of adjustments to our carbon pricing system, tailoring it for emissions-intensive trade-exposed industry, tailoring it for low and middle-income British Columbians who need more support than extremely wealthy British Columbians. None of those are features of the federal system, and they're not features that we want to introduce into ours. The absence of which are not features we want to introduce into ours.
Member?
Oh, that was my big gotcha moment.
I can see it.
I'm just joking. So let's talk about carbon tax a little bit more here, because and I'll wear both of my critical hats here, because acknowledged within the budget is actually, and I'll just quote it, the fact that single women, female-led households have a higher carbon tax burden than single-income male-led households. Research suggests that BC's carbon tax has no significant difference in direct carbon tax paid by rural versus urban households. However, rural communities may have a higher indirect carbon tax burdens through higher shipping costs, resulting in the higher price of goods, and colder regions of the province may have a higher carbon tax cost for home heating, end quote. There is certainly a very disproportionate effect of our carbon tax. So while the minister talks about maintaining controls and making sure that we can have the revenues contribute, back into BC, one of my biggest concerns is that our carbon tax is one of the highest in all of Canada. And when I look at the and again comparing us to other jurisdictions across Canada. And I did this last year with the minister as well. And so I'm using what is net. So this assumes the rebates. It assumes a 4-person or 2-income family of 4. But this year, BC is going to pay, both in fuel and carbon combined, $700 per family. Alberta, on the other hand, is going to expect a rebate of $957. Saskatchewan will get a rebate of $717. Manitoba, a rebate of $383. Ontario, a rebate of $616. Quebec, they still get to pay $288. So when I look, and I could read them all out, and I can tell you that we are double what any other jurisdiction across Canada is paying in net tax after we've had the climate change tax credit. So my question to the minister is, last year, the Bank of Canada, Governor Tiff Macklem advised a federal committee that the federal carbon tax increased inflation by 0.4%. And we know that the carbon tax rate here in BC goes up in just 2 days to $65 a ton of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions, and which is April 1st, and it will add an extra 3 cents more per liter of gasoline. So could the minister tell us how much British Columbia's carbon tax is increasing inflation by?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. And to the member, unfortunately, member, you're mixing apples and oranges or mangoes and bananas. But on the one hand, you say BC residents pay the highest carbon tax in Canada. BC residents actually pay exactly the same carbon tax per ton as every other province in Canada now that the federal system has caught up to British Columbia. But you're incorrect in another regard. So you claim that people in certain provinces receive more in a carbon tax rebate from the federal government than British Columbians do, and there's a reason for that. There are certain provinces that have not met the federal carbon pricing requirements, and therefore the federal system is in fact in place in those provinces, and it does apply to them, and some of that is returned through what's called the Federal Climate Action Incentive Payment. And that returns about 90% of the revenues collected from households and businesses to the households in that province by way of a tax credit that is applied absolutely equally to every citizen. It's the same, no matter what your earnings are. And the reason that it's higher in some of those provinces is because they have higher per capita emissions. So they actually pay more carbon tax and get more back, but they are not necessarily net better off than British Columbians. So one of the reasons that we administer our own carbon tax and provide the climate action tax credit to low and moderate income individuals and families to offset the cost of those families is so, in fact, we can income test it. So the point the member made earlier, which was that that some demographics are impacted differentially to others, for instance, single women, we are able to account for that by administering our own system and ensuring that that people who have a greater need receive more money than those who have minimal need, or in some cases no need. Although under our new system, something like 80% of British Columbians will get a rebate, and a fairly significant percentage of those will likely receive more than they pay, more rebate than they pay in carbon tax. So in short, where people get more money back in provinces where the federal system applies, it's because they're paying more in the first place. And in the interests of more equitability and ensuring that disadvantaged demographics are supported more by government, we can only do that by retaining control of our own system, because the federal system is, frankly, in my opinion, and I think the opinion of British Columbians, frankly, is flawed in that it just gives back a flat rate to absolutely everybody. Now, the actual specific question the member asked is, what will the impact of the carbon tax increase be on the cost of living? I'll refer that question to the Ministry of Finance, because they're the ones who do that kind of number crunching and modeling.
Member?
Thank you. And thank you to the Minister for the answer. I was actually describing, and it is based on the rest of Canada catching up, but I was actually describing the net. So this is the net fuel plus carbon tax, less any rebates that are given to and I was very specific, a family of 4 with 2 incomes. So those numbers are what they are receiving across Canada. So as the minister said, you know, we are being charged what everyone else is. We're simply not seeing the same rebates in the way that the rest of Canada is, and British Columbians are indeed netting the highest cost in all of Canada when it comes to paying carbon tax. And I'll ask my question, which is that, you know, I would love to hear how the minister would describe a single rural or single family household led by a female living in rural British Columbia receiving a higher tax credit.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. We're having a long discussion back here about exactly what the question the member asked was, and maybe it's better to just ask the member to repeat the question. What I heard the member say is, how would the minister describe a single-family household in northern BC? But I don't know how to answer that question, so I'll ask the member to restate the question.
Go ahead, Member.
Thank you, Chair. So actually, I was asking because I was comparing and saying, you know, we pay the highest carbon tax. The minister's answer or response back was, well, we get to give it out disproportionately. And so my question was, the disproportionate payment of carbon tax is actually in single income households that are female run, that are in rural communities. And my question to the minister was, can you describe how that family, that single family or single income family, single female family living in rural BC would actually receive more of the tax credits?
Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, while I don't have figures that break it down by region or gender, I can say that for a single parent with one child in British Columbia, they are paying the second lowest tax in all of Canada.
Member?
Thanks. I think that the beginning of the minister's answer is actually my biggest concern. You can't break it, the minister can't break it down by region or gender, but the issue is that the carbon tax is being disproportionately paid based on region and gender. So the fact that it isn't being redistributed in a way that is meaningful to those that are paying the highest prices is very disconcerting. And if the carbon tax is contributing to 0.4% right now at the current $50 per ton of the total inflation, how are British Columbians going to bear 3 times this amount? And by inference, if I take the 0.4% that Tiff Macklem gave and look at where that's going to all the way to $170 per ton, that actually will be contributing 1.36% of inflation. Well, Canada's trying to keep our inflation number to 2%. And how will that ever be a possibility with that amount of it coming just from carbon tax costs alone?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. So again, I would refer questions about impact on the cost of living in terms of actual quantification of the numbers to the Ministry of Finance. That is their mandate. They have the analysts who do that work. What I will say is that the problem with the member's premise is the member is looking at one tax in isolation combined with the climate action tax credit or with the federal rebate. But what is missing is, again, and this goes to the point that when British Columbia retains control of our carbon tax revenues and our programs, we have the ability to target how that money is spent. And in BC's case, we target it in a number of very productive, impactful, and ultimately cost of living reducing ways, whether it is continuing incentives for home energy efficiency improvements, for rebates for low emission vehicles or no emission vehicles, whether it is reducing certain taxes on energy efficiency, like provincial sales tax on energy efficiency measures, or whether it is significant investment in public transit and active transportation that allow people to get out of their cars and both be healthier and save money while saving emissions. Those are all impact people's cost of living and their ability to offset the impacts of the carbon tax, which is exactly what we want the program to do. We don't want it to be a punishment. We want it to be an incentive, and then we want to use the money to assist the people who need it most. And by that, I don't mean a narrow slice. I mean about 80% of British Columbians to have the money to invest in the things that ultimately will relieve them from paying as much carbon tax, but will also relieve them from paying the high cost of fossil fuels for both home heating as well as for transportation. So those all ultimately lead to a reduction in the cost of living.
Member?
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Minister. I fear that you're proving my point, because you gave some great examples of active transportation, and I love using active transportation or transit solutions when I'm in the Lower Mainland. And that is exactly the reason why people living in a high-dense urban area pay less carbon tax than the single mom with 2 kids trying to get them to soccer in Quesnel, or the single mom with 4 kids trying to get them to all of their schools in Kelowna. We don't have the same climate, which allows us to ride bikes all year long. We have far more hills and mountains that we have to actually get up to get to our living environments. And we don't have transit systems that actually allow us to utilize them with any certainty or with ease. I mean, just a small example, you know, my kids, it would take them an hour and 40 minutes on a bus to get to university. That's simply not going to happen. And yet they, with tears in their eyes, have talked to me about trying to fill up their gas tank and how the only reason that they work is to actually get to and from university on a daily basis. Our carbon tax, the Made in BC model that the minister keeps referencing, is actually disproportionately paid by those who can least afford it and have the fewest options outside of that. And it's about to go postal in terms of the cost. And we have, and the minister has talked about 80% that's going to get a rebate. Again, I will remind the minister, we have the highest cost, net cost, in all of Canada. That is about to triple. And so the Made in Canada model is looking pretty sweet to me right now, where it's just given back to all of the residents in equality, rather than picking and choosing who gets to win from it and who gets to lose, because there are no other options for them. And as someone who has built a lot of houses in my lifetime, I can tell you, you have to put a dual system in. You cannot just have a heat pump in a community that goes to -30 in the winter. You will have to freeze, because that system will not be able to keep up when you hit the extreme temperatures that some of our communities face or endure. And, you know, to the minister's point, yes, it's very lucrative. In the budget this year, we've got $2.8 billion in carbon tax revenue this year. It's almost 5% of the total revenue that's going to be collected from all of BC, I should say. But there's only planning for spending of $757 million of that through the Climate Action Tax Credit. So my question to the minister is, what is the rest of that $2 billion and $540 million going to be spent on?
I think you're up now.
Okay. So first of all, I am going to suggest to the member, because a couple of the programs that are funded by carbon tax revenue are administered by our ministry. A number of others aren't. And the best place to kind of get a overall wrap up of how the dollars are expended would be in Ministry of Finance estimates. But among the programs that are funded from the carbon tax, the Climate Action Tax Credit, as the member noted, the Clean BC program for industry, which includes both the incentive payments and the capitalization fund, the industry fund, the local government climate action program, the commercial vehicle pilot program, Better Homes and Better Buildings rebates, the zero emission vehicle rebates, investments in active transportation, investments in the climate preparedness and adaptation strategy, investments in climate resilience and emergency response.
Member?
Thank you so much. And thank you, Minister, for the answer to the question. I was trying to write down everything that you were saying, and I think I got most of them. And even if I used round numbers to add up everything that you had just mentioned, we're at about 640, oh, here's my mental math, $641 $641 million out of the $2 billion additional funds that are collected. And I actually double counted, so it's out of the 2.8 billion, because I'd actually already acknowledged the tax credit. So that is a very small amount, 641 million out of the 2.8 billion that is collected, that is under the minister's purview. And this number is actually going to climb. You know, carbon tax revenues in 2024 and 2025 climbed to 3 billion and then almost 4 billion respectively. And, you know, government states online that the new revenues generated from increasing the carbon tax will be used to, among other things, and I'm going to quote, provide carbon tax relief and protect affordability. And the budget 2023 states that, and I quote, new carbon pricing revenues will be returned through the Climate Action Tax Credit. But that's only 340 million of the 2.8 billion this year, 3 billion and 3.38 billion in subsequent years. My other, and I'm trying to combine questions because I see how long it's taking for these ones, because Budget 2023 also states that, and I quote again, as carbon tax rates increase, BC will increase the amounts paid to adults and children and raise the threshold for eligibility. And this is where I'm going to contradict one of the minister's former answers, with the intent of providing a full or partial credit to 80% of households by, not currently, 80% of households today do not get that tax credit. It's by 2030, end quote. 2030 is 7 years away. But British Columbians are experiencing inflation today. British Columbians, 44% of them are $200 away from absolute insolvency or bankruptcy. I've got 28% of women are out of money. That's an Ipsos Reid poll that was done just 2 months ago. So I'll give the minister the actual statistic of how many British Columbian families will receive a rebate. It's 26.2% in this calendar year. That's 75-ish% of families that will not be seeing a rebate. And so when I read those numbers, I hope it's somewhat of sounding an alarm bell that British Columbians are literally bearing the weight of our Made in BC carbon tax plan. And I'll go back to what the minister said earlier, that when we brought it in 2008, it was revenue neutral. There was no $2.08 billion going into general revenues being spent at the whim of government. It was accounted for. It was stipulated as to how it was getting back into the hands of families. And right now, British Columbians are paying more than anywhere else in Canada. And I would posit that's one of the reasons our Made in BC our carbon tax is actually one of the reasons that BC inflation rate is higher than the rest of Canada the last 7 months and counting. We are consistently outpacing all of Canada. Even on the decline, we're still higher than the rest of Canada. And I want to give you an example, just real life terms of how this applies. And I've been working with this senior couple. They're retired. They live here on the island. And they helped me out because they were trying to explain to me the burden of tax and the burden of carbon tax specifically. And so they started sending me their bills for carbon tax off of their Fortis BC bills. The total cost of gas is $57 for them. But their BC carbon tax is actually $28. And that $28 will become $100 as the carbon tax goes up. And that $100 is not a once a year fee. That $100 is per month. This couple doesn't have $100 per month to spend. The single mom living in rural BC doesn't have the $150 a month, the $200 a month to spend. So my question to the minister is this. Last year I asked the minister, and I'll quote, British Columbians pay more than double what any other province does in carbon tax and fuel tax net. What does the minister answer to that? End quote. And part of his answer was, and I won't do the whole answer, but part of the minister's answer was, but, quote, but British Columbians have made it clear that they want the government to take action on climate change, end quote. Basically inferring that the cost was what it was going to take for action on climate change. But I'm going to ask the minister again in 2023 now, what do you say to the 44% of British Columbians who are $200 away from insolvency to explain why they pay the highest amount of net carbon and fuel tax in Canada? And at what point will the minister consider relief?
Minister?
In the interest of time, I'm going to give a partial answer and refer the member to Finance for a more fulsome answer. But the member asked me, first of all, the member said that only 22% of families receive the climate action tax credit. That's not entirely accurate. In fact, it's not accurate at all. 59% of individuals receive the full climate action tax credit. 22% of families receive the full climate action tax credit, but a greater percentage would receive some somewhere along the scale of the climate action tax credit according to income, and I would refer the member to Finance to get a more detailed breakdown of that because they have those numbers. But the member asked me what I would say to a northern or rural family that is struggling. And what I would say, first of all, is our government will continue to look for ways to help you with affordability in a variety of measures. But I would also say that overall, for a single parent with one child earning $60,000 a year, the Canadian average total tax is $9,543, and the BC total tax is $7,375, or 25% less than the Canadian average.
Member for Skeena.
Thank you. And welcome to the chair. And through the chair to the minister, if you forgive me, I'm going to take you down memory lane for a while, okay? Because the recent Cedar announcement actually brought me back to the days when we actually brought the LNG idea to BC back in 2004. And everything that we're talking about here today in the BC Legislature and all of the announcements was a result of all that work that was done back in those early days, including the conversation about electric drives versus gas-fired drives. In fact, the way we got into that discussion in the first place was talking to Chevron and LNG Canada and really encouraging them to go with electric drives. And the answer we got back then was no, for two reasons. One, it had to be inside the fence power because it had to be 100% reliable. And at the end of the day, we went to our people and told them we actually agree with them. These facilities are too big to consider a blackout of power. And back then, it was also told to us that the drives for facilities that big hadn't been invented yet or hadn't been trialed. Remember, we're going back to 2004. We thought it was feasible for smaller projects like what Cedar turned out to be in one of its earlier examples of what it could look like. So we knew that was possible. And so trying to go back on everything that was done, including the consultations for the hydro upgrades from Prince George to Kitimat, not for Cedar, but for LNG Canada and for Chevron at the time. I was part of two of them. So I'm fully aware of what's got to be put in place if you want to electrify, not just BC, but electrify projects like Cedar LNG and Niska LNG for that matter. When we're talking about electrification of projects like Cedar and LNG Canada, it's my understanding for the smaller projects, we're thinking about 20% of reductions in emissions for these smaller projects. So for example, if Cedar LNG is going to emit 1.2 megatons of emissions per year, 80% of that's upstream. That was our recollection back in our day, but we fully expected to electrify Cedar LNG even back in the days when we first started thinking about this. And so we also wondered about how this electrification was going to work. And there was many versions of how it could work with BC Hydro. A complete new line, which we actually supported, or an upgrade to the existing line, which we supported. In fact, our council stood down on the accommodations in terms of the benefits coming to us. We just thought, we're not interested in the contracts, the training, all that, or revenue sharing. We just want the lines built because we wanted the LNG to actually be built. But in the context of this, we knew that across BC there was many related projects that were happening to actually make this LNG dream a reality, and other projects for that matter. One of the projects that we kept an eye on was the Northwest Transmission Line up to northern BC from a substation in Skeena. And it was to electrify the potential in terms of economic activity up in northern BC. And it got accomplished. But it was through many consultation and accommodation agreements with First Nations. One was with Kitsim-Kalem. And Kitsim-Kalem signed an accommodation agreement with BC Hydro at the time. Now, I'm not asking for anything coming back directly from BC Hydro because I'm suspecting that the new hydro task force that will accelerate the electrification of BC's economy will include looking at different sources of clean energy. And I know the government's got to spend some time in terms of putting some substance to those announcements that were related to Cedar LNG. But I think it's everybody's assumption that clean energy projects will be back on the table, especially when you're talking about regional projects like what's happening in Skeena and up in Niska. So Don Roberts, the chief councillor who just got recently elected there last week as well, signed this agreement in 2012. And basically what it was in exchange for his support for the Northwest Transmission Line, the Kitsim-Kalem band agreed not only to some type of revenue agreement with the province, but also agreed to sit down with BC Hydro and negotiate the potential for a 15 megawatt project between BC Hydro and Kitsim-Kalem First Nation. And there was many things talked about that, but there's one clause that jumped out at me, and that's energy development 2.3 subsection B, that for any project submission by the First Nation, BC Hydro will recognize the value of locally sourced power to serve new loads anticipated in the Northwest region. Now, the biggest loads I can see are Niska LNG, Cedar LNG, and LNG Canada Phase 2, assuming that LNG Canada Phase 1 is already agreed upon that will be gas turbines. But I'll clarify a lot of that in a letter, a follow-up letter. So, in terms of this agreement, it was a couple years ago that Chief Councillor Don Roberts came to my office and said that BC Hydro basically reneged on this deal. This is a rights and accommodation agreement, and it's ultimately the Crown's duty to ensure that rights and title are accommodated. Now, yes, you could have delegated this to an arm of government, which was done in this example here. But at the end of the day, it was fully expected by the Kitsim-Kalem band that they'd be able to develop this clean energy project. And they were quite disappointed, quite angry that they were actually told no. But in terms of the new investment, the new agreements and the new announcements made in relation to Cedar, especially the ones with the clean energy initiatives that will allow the province to greenlight fossil fuel projects, I thought this agreement could be put back on the table. First Nations want to electrify the economy just like everybody else. But they also want to see some type of economic activity going back to them to relieve poverty and to get them away from the Indian Act. So, and I'll understand if the minister can't answer this in its entirety right now, because you still got to go back and work out the substance of these announcements. But I just want to flag this for the minister that Chief Don Roberts has already disclosed to me that the talks for the electrification of the hydro line going from Prince George to Kitimat in anticipation for Cedar LNG, he's not interested in, because the government has not even honored the first agreement in regards to the Northwest Transmission Line, so why would he do it again? And if he's anything like me, this is probably the third kick at the can for him. And he thought that he was really doing the province a favor while working out something for his own people. Now, I understand IBAs, I understand them. They're not really legally binding, especially when you look at some of the wording where maybe it's best efforts, or we'll do everything we can to look at this, but a First Nation doesn't think like that. A First Nation thinks that if you sign an agreement, you shake your hand, then you got to live up to that agreement. So there's a lot of emissions that have to be addressed in terms of Cedar LNG, LNG Canada, and Niska. And I think a lot of the First Nations there that had clean energy projects back in the day are more than willing to put these back on the table and then really get them seriously entertained by the government. So through the chair to the minister, is the Kitsum-Kalem energy purchase agreement that was signed in 2014, will that be considered for the energy action plan moving forward in relation to Niska LNG, LNG Canada Phase 2, as well as Haisla Cedar LNG?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member from Skeena, my old home riding, for as a resident, not as an MLA, yes, for raising an important issue through this question. And while I can't answer the specifics of the question for a couple of reasons, the agreement was with BC Hydro, and BC Hydro reports to a different ministry. Although I have no reason to question the member's assertions. What I can say, and also with respect to the BC Hydro Task Force, the terms of reference and the makeup of the task force are being finalized. I mean, it is a matter of some urgency for government, but I can't answer definitively what the decisions or recommendations of the task force will be, but what I can say is that we know we need significant electrification. What BC Hydro was calling their alternate energy scenario is actually, I believe, needs to be our central energy scenario, because that's the one that aligns with Clean BC, and in fact, in some ways, the roadmap may be even more ambitious. And when we announced the new energy action framework and the BC Hydro Task Force, we were very clear in our announcement that part of the work will be to ensure that we look for opportunities for Indigenous partnerships, First Nations partnerships, including equity partnerships in both energy generation, electricity generation, and electricity transmission. So with that as a guiding commitment, I think we should see the decisions flow from that in future. Could I ask for a very short recess?
We'll have a short recess. Thank you. I call Committee of Supply, Section C, back to order. We're currently considering the budget estimates for the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy, and I now recognize the member for Kelowna, Kelowna Mission.
Thank you. I'm not even going to put that one unanswered. I'm going to carry on and talk a little bit more about our electricity needs. As we know, LNG Canada has said that they're willing to electrify their turbines if BC Hydro was able to provide adequate electricity. And last year in estimates, we actually canvassed how much the LNG Canada Phase 1 was going to contribute to the overall emissions of BC. And that, I think, if I recall correctly, it was 3.4 megatons of CO2e. And I'll read the quote from Jason Klein, who's the CEO of LNG Canada. And he says, we can't do an immediate and wholesale electrification of the plant and pipeline. It's not possible today because the transmission infrastructure just isn't there, end quote. So instead, we're going to see LNG Canada is going to build Phase 2 now with natural gas powered turbines and switch to electric motors as more power becomes available. BC is already forecast, as we've canvassed, the minister and I, to miss its 2025 emissions goals by 15%. So what impact will this have on BC's long-term emission targets?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as the member knows, LNG Canada has not made a final investment decision on Phase 2, but irrespective of that, the new Energy Action Framework includes a commitment to a regulatory cap on GHG emissions for the oil and gas sector to align with our sectoral target, and that will apply to everything in the sector. And in addition, so will the output-based pricing system.
Member.
So what I understand from the minister's answer is that LNG Canada is going to be subject to the new guidelines of the emissions cap as well as the OBPS system that will be determined over the course of the next 2 years. I'm going to take it in a little bit of a different tact. And that is that I've actually, in my last question, just described a company that is completely, wholeheartedly willing to do things in a way that reduces their emissions and is done, let's say, under that cap. But they don't have the electricity that's required to do that. So my next question will be, how long will it take for BC Hydro to complete new power transmission lines so that LNG Canada Phase 2 could be electrified?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. BC Hydro and electricity generally is in the mandate of the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation. I'd refer the member to that ministry for the question.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Minister. I'm gonna press further here because the Minister and I actually canvassed this last year, and I can actually quote from our estimates process. And go there. And if the minister needs me to talk through that, I certainly can. But I'm not asking questions specific to just the runnings of BC Hydro. I'm actually asking questions that are specific to the electricity needs of the resource sector that we are trying desperately to lower the emissions of. And I would argue that is the Ministry of Environment's purview. That is what the Ministry of Environment actually is required to do with the emissions targets. And I'll go back and ask the question, and maybe more in a general term, and that is, how much capacity is Site C going to have in terms of electricity for the resource sector to meet their emissions targets goals?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And again, the purpose of the BC Hydro Task Force and the commitment of the new Energy Action Framework was to work quickly to accelerate the electrification of British Columbia, and particularly British Columbian industries, so that we can meet our Clean BC targets. That is the purpose of setting it up. It is going to begin work very shortly, but has not yet done so, as the makeup and the terms of reference are being developed. But again, the lead ministry for the BC Hydro Task Force and BC Hydro is Emily. As for Site C, Site C, when it comes online, will produce about 1.1 megawatts, if my memory serves me correctly. That's not absolutely precise, but close. And while we anticipate that will significantly help BC meeting electrification needs, we do not foresee that that will be the only source of electricity necessary to meet our targets. There may be many other things that come into play, like demand-side management, energy efficiency, new technologies, but we still expect that more than Site C will be needed.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Minister, for the answer to that question. I think I'm going to drill down more into a certain aspect of your answer there, and that is the electrification needs to meet our emissions goals. Obviously, Clean BC sets out quite strict targets in terms of emissions, etc. And one of those ways is because that we can meet those emissions targets is because we have hydroelectricity, because we have clean electricity. But there was a 2018 white paper on electrifying key sectors of BC's economy that was modeled, and it modeled a provincial LNG industry of 2 large, 1 medium, 2 smaller LNG, and then all sorts of different models, and it found that electrifying all plants would reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 62%, while increasing the overall provincial power needs by 72%. So my question to the minister is, why has it taken 5 years to actually acknowledge that we don't have enough capacity for all that is needed on the electrification side in order to meet our emissions targets, and is only now in the process of setting up the task force or any of the other measures to accelerate the electrification of BC's economy within the emission goals of this ministry?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. First, let me correct the record of my previous statement. I said 1.1 megawatts. I meant 1.1 gigawatts for Site C, 1,100 megawatts. And in terms of the member's question about the response to the white paper, I would refer that question to the Ministry responsible, Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. The Clean BC plan relies heavily on electrification. In fact, it's probably one of the greatest limiting reagents. We've canvassed even the electric vehicles that we have been proud of, and how fast and actually exceeding targets and guidelines that we've been able to convert some of our new car purchases to those electric cars. How does the minister involve himself with ensuring that we have the electricity needs to meet our emissions targets in the Clean BC plan?
Minister.
So with respect to, thank you, Chair, and to the member, with respect to climate change and climate policy, we are effectively a policy ministry with the implementation statutes and the implementation tools resident in a number of other ministries. In this case, the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation. So the way that I and my ministry involve ourselves in the electrification necessary to meet our Clean BC targets is we do modeling based on the plan as we've laid it out, as well as any amendments we bring to the plan through an iterative process, and we model what we believe the electricity needs in a particular year or decade will be, and lining up with a particular target will be. We provide that information to Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation, and they are the ministry with the statutory ability to move those issues forward. So we support, we provide analysis and data and projections. We assist in any way we can.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I'm going to actually go through last year's estimates because last year during our estimates, I asked the Minister about our electricity needs. And I almost quoted the Minister in my previous question because he said last year, and I'll quote, "Under the Clean BC plan, electrification is one and a very important primary measure to reduce emissions, particularly in transportation and home energy." He went on to say that he actually talked about how energy efficiency is also a key measure. He furthers and says, the demand for electricity in BC Hydro's integrated resource plans, they include a scenario in which aggressive electrification increases electricity demand. And that would be consistent with the Clean BC roadmap. BC Hydro has developed a contingency resource plan that would allow it to meet the increase in demand and identified several near-term actions to ensure that it would have the ability to act on the plan. The plan is currently before the BC Utilities Commission. The BCUC will decide in some public process whether to approve latest integrated resource plan from BC Hydro. And the Minister also further stated when pressed again, with respect to the accessibility of enough electricity to meet the demands of the Clean BC roadmap to 2030, it is my understanding that BC Hydro's contingency plan, which is also known as the accelerated electrification scenario before the BC Utilities Commission, is built around the Clean BC roadmap to 2030 and meeting those demands, end quote. Was the Minister incorrect in his assessment of the situation?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, those were relevant comments a year ago, and they're still relevant comments today. The accelerated electrification scenario of BC Hydro, which is the scenario to which the member referred, it's sometimes referred to as an alternate electrification scenario, is built around meeting our legislated emission reduction targets in BC for both 2030 and 2040. It also includes energy efficiency measures, and this is interesting. The 2030 energy efficiency measures in the accelerated electrification scenario account for about a third of the capacity of Site C. So it's also fairly substantial. So you have to take the two together, new supply as well as energy efficiency.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Minister. So there have been a number of different papers that have been written, very public and easily accessible. One from Clean Energy BC that talks about the electrification of BC, assessing the economic and environmental benefits of extensive electrification in BC. Just recently, a real brief commentary that was written by Richard McCandless, I should say, in which he doesn't just reference what's happening today, but he also references a report that was written for BC Hydro in 2017 that also sounded the alarm bell that we don't have enough electricity. Considering that we've intensified our electricity needs, even taking into consideration the efficiencies that the Minister just spoke of, is the data incorrect that is leading us to the conclusion that we have enough electricity for the expansion of our economy right now?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And while I haven't read the full analysis by Mr. McCandless, I've read an article describing it, but I don't want to rely on the article. What I can say is that the modeling behind the statement I made moments ago that the accelerated electrification scenario of BC Hydro is sufficient to meet our 2030 and 2040 climate targets was done by the same company that modeled our 2030 and 2040 climate targets, Navius, using their GTEC what's the right word here? Modeling scheme or methodology. I think, though, what Mr. McCandless is pointing out is that that's the alternate or accelerated electrification scenario, which was not BC Hydro's first choice. The purpose of the New Energy Action Framework and the BC Hydro Task Force is to refocus and say our primary scenario needs to be the one that aligns with our climate targets. In other words, the accelerated one. What can we do to move that forward quickly on an expedited timeline to ensure that we achieve that level of both electrification, new electrification, as well as energy efficiency savings to provide the electricity that our plans require.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Has the Minister considered at what point the capacity to produce electricity becomes the limiting reagent for the Clean BC plan, as well as the continuation and growth of our economy?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I have considered it in the sense that I know that to achieve our climate targets, we need to use the accelerated electrification scenario. We need to move quickly, and that's what the new Energy Action Framework is about. And we need to supply electricity not just to meet our climate targets, but also to meet our economic goals. We know, for instance, that BC having 98% renewable electricity, not all of our power usage, the member understands that not everything's electrified, is a tremendous advantage for British Columbians as well as for BC industry. The fact that the price on carbon that we've had since 2008 did exactly what it was meant to do, which is to encourage industry to look for ways to decarbonize and lower emissions, has put many BC exports into the enviable position of being able to provide low carbon commodities and products and resources to the world at a time when the world is looking for that. And the more that we do for electrification and the more we electrify industry, the more that we intensify that advantage. And of course, while doing that, we need to ensure that we protect affordability for ratepayers and competitiveness for industry. But if we do that, and if we don't leave it to too late, we will have the electricity we need to meet our targets, as well as to make industry more productive and put us in a very enviable export position in a world that is now putting a premium on low carbon products.
Member.
Thank you so much. And the minister introduces a little bit of an interesting comment in saying if we don't wait too long. If I remind the minister, Site C was in the 1970s a brainchild originally, and then just went through iteration after iteration after iteration through multiple different governments that each took their own sort of approach to it, and then was actually initiated under the BC Liberals, and we'll hopefully have the ribbon cutting before we get back into government.
We can do it faster than that.
But I do take note of all of the warning signs, and I've just given an example of 3 different reports that have been written from 2017, 2018, and reflections in 2022 that we don't have enough power for our emissions goals, for our resource sector, for our exports, for our economy, for our average citizens who are just trying to do the right thing and electrify their homes and electrify their vehicles. And so my question is, on the task force, what sort of involvement will the Ministry of Environment have in making sure that those goals are stated and that they are upheld, and that we look at things outside of BC Hydro to see if there are other aspects to our electrification that might not even be considered under their purview?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. While the terms of reference and the makeup of the task force are not yet complete, so I can't comment to a very great extent on that. We have been involved, both my deputy and myself and my ministry, and we anticipate being partners going forward in actually working with the task force to ensure that the needs of Clean BC and the needs of British Columbians and industry and emission reduction are front and center in the considerations of the task force.
Member.
Thank you. If the purpose of the task force is to find new clean electricity to help meet future electricity demand, how will this task force actually contribute to help them meet the current emissions reduction targets that are forecast to be missed in both 2025 and 2030?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So my memory of the announcement and the materials that accompanied the announcement was we presented the BC Hydro Task Force in the context of accelerating the electrification of British Columbia industries and communities in the context of a climate-aligned energy framework and looking for opportunities for partnerships with Indigenous peoples in both the generation and transmission of electricity.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And so I'm just going to clarify. So how does the answer that was just given actually help to meet the current emission reduction targets of 2025 and 2030 that we're about to miss?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, the 2025 target, as the member knows, was an interim target meant to be a guidepost for us to show us where we were succeeding, not succeeding as well as we'd like, or need to do better. And clearly that's what the 2025 target is doing for us. But we believe we are still on track to meet our 2030 target, which is legislated. And when I say the purpose of the BC Hydro Task Force is to accelerate the electrification of BC industry in the context of a climate-aligned energy framework. A climate-aligned energy framework is meant to be shorthand for meeting our targets.
Member.
Oh, I missed the acronym there in the Clean BC. I wanted to go back to what the minister was saying just about the emissions targets, because the minister just projected a tremendous amount of confidence in meeting the 2030 emissions targets. I don't necessarily want to give the minister as much time in government as he would be required to meet that target. But my question is, out of curiosity, how does the minister intend to make up that gap from being short 15% to meeting that target in only 5 years?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. And I look forward to still being in office in 2030 so that we can celebrate British Columbia meeting our emission reduction targets. I will say that our modeling still shows us on track to meet our 2030 target. The member pointed out correctly that we reported in our climate change accountability report that our modeling now had us at 97% because of some changes of the baseline number by the federal government, but we consider that to be within the margin of error and to be a number that we can close between now and 2030. And the way we're going to do that, and why the modeling still gives us confidence we can meet the target, is it shows that there's areas where we need to improve the accessibility of some of our programs, to intensify our efforts to get new programs off the ground, for instance, for medium and heavy duty transportation, to accelerate the electrification of buildings. We needed to deal with emissions from industry, and the oil and gas regulatory cap aligned around the sectoral targets is clearly a huge step forward for that, and there'll be more information coming about that in the near future as we take mechanisms out for consultation with First Nations, with stakeholders in the spring.
Member.
Thank you, and recognizing that we'll have to carry over till Monday, but I only have time enough for probably one more question. I'm going to try and combine two into one. One is under the four new measures that were introduced. We've canvassed the OBPS quite significantly, as well as the cap that's being done. My ask is, where does the new Clean Energy Projects Office come in? Is that under the Ministry of Environment, or is that under a different ministry? And my last question, so that's question 1A. Question 1B is, during last year's estimates, the minister stated that the plan is to complete BC's electric highway by 2024. Will this timeline still be met? And are we on track to complete in 2024?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The Major Projects and Clean Energy Office will reside in the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation. Although obviously that minister and I work closely together because our files are quite interlinked. So our success is their success is our success, and our government's success. As I understand it, we are on track to meet that target for the 2024 electric highway, but again, that implementation is in Emily, and the member could ask for details in that set of estimates.
But then do we have... Member.
Thank you so much. We are going to move on to carbon capture. Very exciting. And I can see ADM Stanton over there eagerly waiting for my questions on parks. I'm coming. So recently there was an announcement with Geoscience BC as a means to actually capture some of the carbon that we're producing right now. And some of the estimates for BC are quite considerable in how much could be captured. We're talking in the thousands of megatons that could be captured over the course of years and decades. And so my question to the minister is, how has this type of emissions reduction or capture been factored into the Clean BC and Roadmap 2030 plans?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So in our modeling, we are actually intentionally very conservative about attributing emission reductions to new technologies. I think we modeled less than a megaton into our 2030 plan, but fully expecting that more would be achievable through technologies, but that it was a bit presumptuous to assume that they were on a commercial scale before they were fully developed. We've followed with interest Geoscience BC's work and the work of others involved in the carbon capture and storage space. We've been developing a regulatory framework for that, as well as so that when those opportunities arise, we can meet the standards that would be required, for instance, by the federal government for their tax credit programs. And we, having gone to Ottawa with some of my colleagues and lobbied hard for equal treatment to other parts of Canada, we were very pleased to note in the federal budget that BC will now be eligible for carbon capture, utilization, and storage tax credits.
Member.
Thank you. And so this is my last question now? Okay. So how will, the minister referenced that lobbied hard for the federal government to have tax credits associated with carbon capture. Having tax credits associated with carbon capture for specifically in BC projects, or is that one of those where we could actually have tax credits in other jurisdictions that are capturing carbon, or for our own projects?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And the federal government already had a carbon capture, utilization, and storage tax credit, but they weren't extending it to British Columbia. So we lobbied that it be extended to British Columbia for British Columbia projects in BC.
And I will ask the minister to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
The question is that the committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. And thank you, members. The committee stands adjourned.